Hello. Oh, I'm so excited for sprints today. There's so much reading that I want to do, but I'm not sure what I'm going to be starting with. So I'm going to ask for your help and let's see who we have with us today. We have Lucy saying, wah. Grandma Susan, good evening. Grandma Susan says, I just noticed your kitties are on your picture too. Adorable. Thank you. You know, I love my cats, and I thought they would be fun to add to the thumbnail. And Grandma Susan is asking Lucy, "Are you working tonight?" And she is working. She told me. She said she would try to pop in as she could and during her break. Tabitha, hello, welcome in. Whitney is here. Hi, Whitney. I'm so glad you made it. And we have Whitney saying, having some Subway for dinner right now. That sounds really good. I love a good Subway sandwich. Which one are you having? My favorites are the Italian BMT, the cold cut, the turkey and ham, the meatball. Yeah, I think those are my usuals. Every once in a while, I'll have a tuna melt. Jeanette's here and she's saying hello, hello. So you see my profile. Well, I don't know if it shows it yet. Yes, it does. It has all the question marks. I don't know what I'm going to be reading. I finished reading Little House in the Big Woods last night. I do have a leftover Christmas book that I'm reading, but I really kind of want to read either a cozy mystery or middle grade because we're still in middle grade March and March Mystery Madness. And I also have Jeanette's readathon that I'm working on. And let me look at my prompts. One sec. Get my journal out. I have Alma's Journey Through Time, and it's a child's tale. So I think I probably could use Little House in the Big Woods for that. And I have Chantel's Read Your Bookshelf Challenge with a weapon on the cover. I think I've got that covered with my Agatha Christie. And then Jeanette, get all my stuff here. I have Cheryl's Jurassic Reading Challenge, which is a Stegosaurus family. I think I've got that covered too. And Jeanette's prompts for this month are author's debut and a borrowed or gifted. Borrowed or gifted. Okay, gifted. I don't have it here, but I have it back here. That cozy mystery. So that would work. I might do that one. And that one is called Final Sentence. And then an author's debut. I'll have to research that. Yeah, and we'll see what I pick. So I'm going to read some comments, and I'm going to go to my TBR shelf there of the stuff that I most want to read. I do have other books that I haven't read throughout my house, but these are the main ones that I want to get to sooner rather than later. So I'm going to pick some of those, and then I'm going to have you guys help me out in deciding what book I'll be reading. And let's see here. Whitney is having a tuna sub on Italian herb and cheese bread. That sounds really good. The last sandwich that I had at Subway was a tuna. And Hannah says, hi. Hello, Hannah. Jeanette says, I always get a BLT sub. I don't know if I've had a BLT sub there. I'll have to look out and see. I wonder if they have different sandwiches in the different places. Like, is Canada Subway different than the America Subway as far as their offerings? Hannah says, watching my hubby till the garden up. Nice. What are you going to be planting? Is it a vegetable garden? I had a patio garden one year and it was doing really well. I was growing some tomatoes and some greens. What else did I have on there? I don't remember what else, but I had like a little harvest and my plants were still going. But I went to Hawaii and there was like a heat wave while I was gone. And I did like leave some, like I did this whole setup for watering for while I was gone. I was only gone like a week, but when I came back, everything was scorched. So that was the end of my patio garden. Paige is here. She says, hi, I'm going to try to finish Mind the Gap tonight. Okay. And Whitney says, I've started so many books recently that I feel like I have so many tabs open in my brain. I've been focusing on Just Friends by Haley Pham and will probably finish that hopefully soon. I hear you, Whitney. There are times when I'm starting different books for different reasons, but I like to have three and on different media. So I like to have a physical book and I like to have a ebook and I like to have an audio book. But it feels like sometimes I can only find physical books that I want to read or only audio books that I want to listen to or books that are only available on ebook. So sometimes that doesn't work out and I end up having a lot of books started, which I really don't like. I think three is a good number to like keep the stories fresh in my mind when I'm switching between them. I do love to binge a book. So if I could just read, start a book and read through and finish it, that's what I like the best. But you know how life is. Sometimes I can't have a physical book around, but I can listen to an audiobook. And sometimes an ebook is very portable, where a physical book isn't. Or, I can't be somewhere that I have an audiobook playing other than like on AirPods or something. And sometimes those aren't comfortable for me. So yeah, a reader's problems that I have every once in a while. Paige is saying, I'm going to try to, oh, I already read that one. She has a little over 100 pages left. Very good. You probably could do that tonight, I think. Whitney says, Hannah, tell him to come teach my husband when he's done. But wouldn't that be nice? Who likes to garden out there? Like I said, I had my little patio vegetable garden and it was great, but I do not really have a green thumb. So as far as like house plants and stuff, I can't keep them alive. And Hannah says, he would if you were close enough. And Whitney loves my glasses. Thank you. These are my glasses that I got in December, and they're interchangeable as far as the frames. So I have these today that are floral, and there's just magnets on the corner here, and there's magnets on the frame. So they just snap on like that, and I can change them out. And Grandma Susan says, listening to Handle with Care by Mary Beth Mayhew Whalen, new to me author, will be published in April. Enjoying it. Very good. And Hannah says, I'm currently reading Night of Shadows for Chantel's book club. I don't know that I'm reading anything for Chantel's book club that I know of. Let's see. Oh, she's doing her book club. I'm not doing her book club. I'm just doing her reading challenge. Yes, I'm doing her reading challenge. I need to go through my challenges. Maybe I'll do that in the first sprint tonight, is check out and see if I can check anything off for any of the year-long challenges or any of the challenges that I'm doing this month. Hannah says, yes, lots of corn, tomatoes, zucchini, cucumbers, potatoes, herbs, pumpkins and other things I can't remember. That sounds really great. We just, Lucy and I finished reading Little House in the Big Woods, and there was a chapter where they had harvested some corn and were making different things with it. And they talked about how they kind of boiled it with clean ash to get the outside, to like puff them up and get the outside off. And then they would have it kind of like as a porridge with milk. And all of a sudden, corn just sounded so good to me, like in any form. The only thing I had was some microwave popcorn. So I did have that last night. And Grandma Susan says, Hannah, that sounds wonderful. Indeed. Jeanette says, I love when I have the same book in all three formats, but usually I have two books going. Yes, I have found Libby helpful in that. And sometimes if it's one of my favorite books, I probably do have it in physical and audio. Like most Agatha Christie's, I think I have in audio on Audible and then my physical copies. But Libby is really helpful too to get some audiobooks if I'm reading a physical book or an ebook. And then that does help me to stay with one book. When I was doing when I was reading A Tale of Two Cities and when I was reading Bleak House, those are really fat books and hard to carry about. And I did have audio versions of those that were, especially the Bleak House was read by Miriam Margolyes. It was like 43 hours, I think, was the hours of the audiobook. But it was, she did such an excellent job reading. I didn't want to speed it up. And it did take me like a good month to listen to it, and I was physically reading parts of it, but she was doing such an excellent job. I think I mostly listened to the audiobook. And Hannah says, my first year gardening was last year, and I fell in love with it and preserving. Totally. It is so extremely satisfying. I love it. My mom, when I was growing up, she would can. We had a lot of fruit trees, and she would can and freeze and dehydrate. We had apricots and peaches, and then we had some citrus and apples. But especially, I remember the apricots and the peaches. She would prep them and can them and freeze them. And we'd borrow Nana's dehydrator so that we could dehydrate the apricots. And it was so good to have all of that preserved. I like to make jam, especially plum jam and strawberry jam. I have a bread maker that has a jam setting, so it isn't really labor intensive for me to do that. And I also have a cooking blender now. I haven't tried to make jam in it, but it does have a setting for that, and I have some recipes for it. So maybe this summer I will try some fruit jam in that, but that's so great. And Whitney says, I've done some patio things as well in pots, but haven't been super successful. I'm thinking my pots have never been big enough. What I got was a raised plant bed, the kind that you can put the soil all the way through. But because I wasn't sure like what would be successful growing, I did use pots. So I had 8 pots that fit perfectly 4 across and 2 deep in that planter. And so I had like my tomatoes in one, and I just had like mainly one tomato plant that was growing. And then I had greens in a couple of different pots. And I think I did do some zucchini or some cucumber, one or the other. And I had some carrots and some radishes. What else did I have? I don't remember, but I did have the 8 pots in there. And, it was really nice being able to get some fresh vegetables that I had grown myself. But I feel like with all that I have going on and all that I had going on at that time was even less to be out there and making sure that I watered and pruned and all the other stuff was fine, but I don't know that I could sustain that long term. I'd love to. I think if I had a house with a proper yard, I would do a garden, but I probably also would do it in raised beds because it's easier to do that stuff standing up for me than kneeling. I have really bad knees, and kneeling on them hurts so much. So, yeah, I would love to do it again though. And Hannah says houseplants are too much maintenance. Oh, yeah, they are, huh? My dad has a green thumb, and we always had house full of plants, and it was beautiful, but man, if they left me in charge of them, I was lucky if they all survived when they got home. And Celestia says, hey, I'm going to be listening to The Huntress by Carrie Cotton while I crochet. I tried listening to the Eden Brook audiobook, but it's in Spanish and I couldn't find an English version. Oh, no. Oh, um, I just got a new crochet box, Celestria, and it has a pattern for a granny square tote. Let me see if I can pull that over here real quick to show you because I think you would like it. Okay. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So I have the pattern for that. And then the yarn is those colors a little softer. So these are the colors. I'm going to be making that. I thought it was really cute. And when I saw it, I thought of you, Celestia. And Whitney says, Hannah, any tips for saving money on gardening supplies? I feel like things can get expensive. And Hannah says, borrow from friends that you don't have like a tiller, but you really don't need anything fancy. I didn't even use any fertilizer except compost. Obviously, it depends on your zone. Also, yard sales if you have them in your area. Also, I'm not an expert. I'm still learning. And Whitney says, thanks, Hannah. And Hannah says, oh, Whitney, my biggest advice, start small so your cost is spread out instead of all at once. And Celestria says, that's such a fun pattern. I think it's really cute. Okay, so let me pull my books that I'm considering starting next. I actually have, let's do this. I have Harlow Morgan that I've started, and I do want to finish that. So I'll read that during the first sprint, and I'll also pull my books, and then in the next break we'll go over what those books are, and then I'll have you guys give me some input on which book I should start next. And Hannah says, you're making me want to crochet again. It's been years and years. I go in and out of crochet. I usually knit since I learned how to knit properly. I really like it a lot. But crochet calls to me every once in a while. And the last, the last 6 to 8 months, crochet's really been something that I've looked forward to working on. So yeah, pick it up again. Find a pattern that you like and get your yarn and get your hook and get it going. All right, let's get started with our first sprint, and we will do 40 minutes. So that'll bring us right to 30 after, and I'll pull up an ambiance and we'll get going. All right, we are back. And let's see how you all did. I did read in, where did I put it? Harlow Morgan and the Sky City. And I'm really enjoying it. They're just getting ready to start the first competition, I think. And I did pull the books that I'm considering starting next. So we'll go over those and I'll have you guys help me pick them out. Let's see where we are here. So we left off with Hannah saying it's been years and years since she's crocheted, and Celestria says, Hannah, do it. And Lucy says that she is here briefly. It's insane tonight. People are crazy for TJ Maxx. I believe it. Such a fun store. And Lucy says, I'm not currently reading, but when I get home, I'll be starting Farmer Boy by Laura Ingalls Wilder, and it's a buddy read with me. And she's still reading Claire Holloway is Winging It by Angela Ruth Strong. Jamie's here. She says hello. And Lucy says Claire needs to stop flirting with the pilot. She has a boyfriend. And there is Claire. There is Lucy again with her. She doesn't want the main characters to cheat. And is flirting cheating? Maybe. Jamie says, I just got home. I had to be a yearbook sponsor and go to a softball and baseball game. How fun. I haven't been to one in a while. I would not want to be at one today because it is very warm. It's in the high 80s. And that's like the edge of when I want to be sitting outside. Unless it's by the beach or a lake or really under shade. And Grandma Susan says, quit my book at 38% due to profanity. So disappointing. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I completely understand. Let's see, what book was it that you were reading? Did you tell us? I don't see it in the prior chat there. Let us know what that book. Oh, you were listening to Handle with Care by Mary Beth Mayhew Whalen. Okay. All right. Well, now we know that there's some strong language in that. Profanity even. And Tabitha says she got about 10 pages read in the Fellowship of the Ring. I need to start that. I have it on audio, and I wanted to listen to that for Kay's read-along. I got the Andy Serkis version. I really enjoyed The Hobbit that he narrated, so I wanted to do the Fellowship with his narration as well. And Jeanette made it to 30% in her novella. And Paige wasn't keeping up with how many pages, but she has 88 pages left. That's amazing. I think you'll finish. And hello. Are you, I'm trying to remember your name. Are you Katie? Let me know, and I'll remember for next time. She says, howdy, I read a couple of pages in The Night of Shadows by Marcus Bittner. So let me know. JSS Girl, is that like Jesse's Girl 07? Let us know what your name is. Chantel. Chantel. Okay, yes, I remember Lucy calling you Chantel last night. Now, all right, Chantel. And somebody else was Katie last night that were new to me people. So welcome in, Chantel. Okay, so let's, I got about halfway through also updating my reading challenges. I've just updated the yearly ones. I haven't gotten to the monthly ones yet for March, and I'm doing pretty good. I did have a question if Jeanette is out there. Of the March Prompt Authors Debut. So I have, this book that I wanted to read this month. And this is the first book in a series. It's the first like full length book that this author wrote back in 2013. She did have some short stories and novellas before that. So would this count as a debut since it was like her first like full length book? I'm hoping so because I want to read this one. And Paige says, I love Andy Serkis narration of Lord of the Rings. Oh, good. Yeah, his Hobbit was sensational. And Tabitha says, I really want to listen to his narration. And Jamie says, yes, it was warm, but thankfully not unbearable. The sun was bad for the baseball game. Once my yearbook kiddos showed up, I left the camera with her and left. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. I was not on yearbook, but I was in journalism. So I did do articles for the school newspaper. And I did music reviews too. So those were the music reviews was one thing that I did. And then just random articles of things that were happening. It was a lot of fun. All right. So this is one book that's up for consideration for what I'm going to start next. So I'm going to read you the blurb on the back, and then I'll pull up the next book. So this is In Need of a Change. Jenna Hart leaves a high-pressure world of advertising to help her Aunt Vera open a culinary bookshop and cafe. Back with her family in Crystal Cove, California, Jenna seems to have all the right ingredients for a fresh start until someone adds a dash of murder. As a marketing expert, Jenna wants to make sure the grand opening of the cookbook nook draws a crowd, and no one is better at getting attention than her old college roommate, celebrity chef Desiree Devine. But when Desiree arrives in quiet Crystal Cove to do a cookbook signing, the diva stirs up more trouble than business, especially when she turns up dead. Known for stealing husbands and burning bridges, Desiree left behind plenty of suspects, including Jenna. Though the celebrity's life always appeared to be an open book, Jenna will have to read between the lines in order to clear her name and catch a killer before another body is served cold. So this is The Final Sentence by Daryl Wood Gerber, and it's a cookbook nook mystery. And Jeanette, you're getting me. She says, yes, first full length would be fine. Is it Christian fiction? I don't think it is. So I will keep looking. Okay, next is The Dinner Lady Detectives, and this is by Hannah Hendy. I found this book in a little free library. I'm going to read the blurb to you. Okay, so if this wasn't obvious, it's a cozy mystery. This also, I believe, is a cozy mystery. So this says, murder is a dish best served ice cold. Marjorie and Clementine work on the front line serving meals to the students at Summerview Secondary School. They're enjoying a peaceful middle age together in the idyllic town of Deusto, but their calm life is shattered when their kitchen manager is found dead. The police are adamant that it's an open and shut case of accidental death. However, Marjorie and Clementine are convinced there's something far more nefarious at play. As they investigate and inch closer to the truth, someone will stop at nothing to keep the pair quiet. Will the perpetrator get their just desserts before time runs out? Okay, so this says also it's a delightful and quintessentially British cozy mystery. And okay, so this is another option for the book that I'll start next. And then I have this one, and this is a middle grade mystery. And this is Riley Carson and the Cherokee Caves, and it's by Megan Wargala. And the blurb says, Riley Carson is just an average kid, or so she thinks. Days before starting middle school, Riley's beloved dog dies in her arms, and this tragedy impacts her more than she can imagine. As Riley and her friends, Finn Murphy and Eve Rycroft navigate the world of middle school, they stumble across something more daunting. Dogs in their town are being mistreated. The kids must find out what is happening before another dog is hurt. From Paranormal Activity to Legends of Cherokee Gold, Riley, Finn, and Eve are about to begin the adventure of a lifetime. So I think this is not a mystery. It is an action-filled adventure. Edge of your seat drama is what it says on the back. So that's a middle grade one. Okay. So Jeanette, I think this one might be what I do for March then. Well, no, I can't. It is March. Author's debut, borrowed or gifted. Never mind. I'll have to look and see if I have anything else that's an author debut. Okay, but this is one that I want to read. So this is book 2 in the Freddie and Grace mystery series by Pepper Basham. And this is The Cairo Curse. And this is newlyweds. A Lord and Lady Astley have already experienced their fair share of suspense within their young marriage, but nothing quite prepares them for Egypt. As a gift to his bride, Frederick takes their honeymoon on a detour to the land of pharaohs, where Frederick's cousins are involved in an archaeological expedition. But soon the trip turns more dangerous than even Grace, with her fiction-loving mind, could predict. From an assortment of untrustworthy adventure seekers to a series of suspicious deaths to a newly discovered tomb with a murderous secret, Freddie and Grace must lean on each other to navigate their hazardous surroundings and even less predictable cast of characters. As the suspects mount in an antiquities heist of novel-worthy proportions, will Freddie and Grace's attempt to solve the mystery lead to another death among the sands? Guys, I'm having such a hard time with this. Look, it's white print on a dark background, and this was white print on a blue background. Like there's not, I don't like the white print. It's harder for me to see. And Jeanette says it sounds good, though. It does, and it's been on my list for years. They came out in 2013. I think it's probably been on my list almost as long, but my niece gave it to me 2 Christmases ago, and I still haven't gotten to read it, so I do want to. Celestia says, I got very distracted and didn't listen to much that sprint. And Grandma Susan says, I highly recommend The Cairo Curse. I think the dinner ladies might be lesbians, according to some reviews on Goodreads. Okay, good to know. And the other 2 books that I have are The Photo Album, and this is by Marlene Chase, and this is, I think, book 3 in the Annie's Attic Mysteries. It's the one I'm on. Trying to find the list here. Yes, it's the 3rd book in the Annie's Attic Mysteries, and this says, join Annie Dawson and the members of the Hook and Needle Club of Stony Point, Maine, as they unravel mysteries connected with the contents found in the attic of Annie's ancestral home, Gray Gables. There will be danger, adventures, and heartwarming discoveries in the secrets Annie unearths, secrets about her own family, as well as the citizens of this charming seacoast town in central Maine. Let the good people of Stony Point into your heart, and the mysteries of Annie's Attic will keep you on the edge of your seat. So that's the photo album. And then I believe this is the 2nd book in the Secrets of the Castleton Manor Library. It's Bitter Words, and it is by Jan Fields. And yes, it is book 2. And it says, join Faith Newberry and her cat Watson in the quaint town of Lighthouse Bay on Cape Cod in Massachusetts as she marries her love of books to a penchant for sleuthing. After landing her dream job as a librarian at Castleton Manor, an upscale library retreat, Faith is forced to read between the lines and solve the mysteries she finds among the stacks. Faith Watson and the lively members of the Candle House Book Club set out to unravel whodunits that might have stumped even Sherlock Holmes. Enjoy the thrill of the hunt with Faith and her friends as they solve shocking crimes, discover dark secrets, and embrace heartwarming truths that have long been hidden in the voluminous pages of the Castleton Manor Library. Well, that didn't really say anything about this book. Let's see. Okay, here we go. When celebrity pastry chef Sugar Worthington takes up residence at the manor, trailing a television camera crew and an entourage of adoring fans, Faith rises to the challenge of organizing a book signing for the baking diva. But things turn sour when attempts are made on Sugar's life, and Faith soon finds herself in a sticky situation. All right, so there are the books. This one was Bitter Words, and it's a clean, cozy mystery. It's the second book in the Secrets of the Castleton Manor Library series. And the photo album, the third book, and also a clean mystery from Annie's Attic. And this is the photo album by Marlene Chase. And we had The Cairo Curse by Pepper Basham, the second book in the Freddie and Grace mysteries. We have the first book in the Riley Carson series, and this is a middle grade adventure series. Riley Carson in the Cherokee Caves by Megan Wargalow. And we have Maybe the Dinner Lady Detectives by Hannah Handy, and that is a cozy British mystery. And then we have Final Sentence by Daryl Wood Gerber, and this is a cozy mystery series. All right, so let me know what you think I should pick up next, and we'll catch up on the comments. And Grandma Susan says, I didn't realize you had more options. Sorry, nope, no worries. And hey, K-Tree, she says, hello, ladies. Had a conversation with some leadership this evening over Josh getting home. They didn't just brush me off and took down info and said they were going to be looking into talking to people. That's good. That's good that they listen to you. Oh, talking to people about it. So please keep praying God will use them to bring Josh home soon. We'll be praying. All right. So, I don't know how many pages I actually ended up reading, but it was at least a chapter. Let's see. Yeah, I read one chapter in Harlow Morgan, and then I did all that catch up on my reading journal. So let's see what you got for me. Grandma Susan says The Cairo Curse or the last one, The Final Sentence. Those are good options. I am looking forward to reading both of those. And let's see, how did everybody else do? We know Celestia didn't read much because she got distracted. Was it your projects that were distracting you, or were you scrolling? Sometimes I scroll. I found like a couple of games on my phone that like really, when I have a spare minute, instead of doing something productive, I'm playing those games. Tabitha says tea. Let's see. She's probably typing. So one of the games, I don't know if you guys have seen the games where you kind of like move the holes and things drop into them. They have one that's cats. And so they're like little cats in different colors, and the holes are like squares or rectangles. And then you like move it to drop the cat, and then, to try to get them all done. I really like it, but there's timers on it. So some of them, the timer's like 4 minutes, and other ones are like 1 minute. And so they're really hard. And if it's like a lower time, it stresses me out a little. So I don't play that one a lot, but I do like it. And then the other one is like a jigsaw puzzle one, but it's just rectangles, and then you just move the rectangles around to complete the picture. Yeah, those are the ones that I have been really turning to lately. And Tabitha says, the Cairo curse and final sentence were the ones I liked most. So we've got 2 votes for each of these. All right. Okay, so let's start another sprint. And if you want to pop in the comments during that sprint what your vote is, if you have a vote, and we'll be back again at 30 after. And I will continue reading Harlow Morgan and probably get some water because it's warm today. I need to keep hydrated. So, you all take care of yourself. Enjoy your reading, and I will see you back at 30 after. All right, we're back. Yay. So I got a few chapters read. I got 3 chapters read. That's how many pages? About 18 pages. Yeah, and I need to find my bookmark. There it is. There we go. All right. And also, I did a little research and found out that the photo album is Christian fiction and it is the debut by Marlene Chase. So, for sure, I'm going to try to read this one this month, not necessarily next. But yes, I'll be able to fulfill the March prompt with this one. Okay. Let's see. Yes, this is where we left off here. Sammy says, hello, everyone. I got out of work. I'm going to do some reading before going to bed. Nice. Let me turn my fan down. There, in case it's noisy. And Celestria saying hi to Sammy. And Celestria is also praying for K-Tree, yes. And Celestria listened to 1 chapter. No, 2 chapters. Good job. That's awesome. I might switch to an audiobook for the next sprint because I do want to work on my crocheted headband that I'm working on. And yeah, we'll see. And I'll need to pick a book to start. Hannah says, hi, no reading got done. My hubby is putting our daughter to bed and I'm putting little man to bed. We'll read the next sprint. Sounds like a good deal. You got to do those necessary things. And yeah, sometimes those necessary things make us put our reading on hold, but they're necessary. So yes, for sure, I'll be reading this book in March and the Cairo Curse and Final Sentence. I just don't know which one to start first. So I might flip a coin or something. And I hope to finish Harlow Morgan soon. I'm not that far into it. I just finished chapter 6 of 43 chapters. Wow. But it's going pretty good. And I think I can find some time to do some physical reading, especially over the weekend. So I should get this finished soon. And then start one of these. And then this one. After I get going in one of these, then I'll pick this one up. These are pretty thin, so that should be pretty fast. We're March 19th today. Yeah, so we still have 13 days left in the month. But I just realized I had signed up for a card swap and our cards are supposed to be mailed tomorrow. So I need to either during the final sprint or after sprints, I need to work on my card for the swap. And hello again, Chantel. You're catching up on your Lent Bible study. That's really good. And Sammy's saying hi to Celestria. And Paige has 70 pages left. You're making progress. And Hannah loved the Cairo Curse, and I really need to finish that series. Yeah, I buddy read, if you guys know Molly from Molly J Books, I buddy read The Mistletoe Countess with her in 2024 Christmas. Yes. And I wanted to continue on, and I just haven't yet. There's always so much to read, and I get distracted and pick up something new instead of continuing with a series that I've already started. Some of them, though, like The Christmas Tree Farm, I don't know how many books are in that series, but so far I've read 2 of them. I think it's 2, and I read one in 2024 and one in 2025. So I'm not sure if I'll get to it. Maybe I'll read it in July, like Christmas in July, to make a little more progress than waiting for one a year. And Whitney says, I'm interested in Harlow Morgan. How are you liking it so far? Would love to hear more about Final Sentence. So Harlow Morgan is really fun. It's a middle grade, like adventure. I get steampunk adventure. I do love steampunk. This is the first middle grade steampunk that I'm reading. It took me a minute, Whitney, to like get into the world of it, and like I just read a chapter. So it starts from Harlow's perspective, and then another perspective comes in one of the chapters, and that really helped me to fill in some of the stuff that I questioned in the beginning chapters, because I don't know the world, and so it's all new, and you're trying to like piece everything together of how that world operates, and it's been a while since I've read like a fantasy like that with a very different type of world. But yes, so I just, like I said, finished chapter 6, and it's interesting, and I definitely want to continue reading it. I am getting sucked in now, and it's funny, and it's definitely that mystery element is there, which I really like. And then the whole steampunk thing, this author, like, she drops little bits of the world and the descriptions of the characters and stuff. So it's not like a big info dump at the beginning. So that I think that once I finish reading it, I will probably reread it already knowing the world, so that I can like enjoy the story more than trying to like figure out the world. Um, Again, I'm only on chapter 6, so I don't know if it gets established pretty well and the rest of the book will be easier to go through. Not that it's hard, it's middle grade. It's just I haven't read a fantasy in a while, and my brain isn't, I guess it's just not as quick to catch the world building in it as when I'm more immersed in fantasy books. But yes, I really like it, Whitney. And if you like middle grade and adventure stories, I think you would enjoy it. And it's funny. I have read some great funny stuff. Sammy says, did you all know tomorrow's the first day of spring? Well, it's not even the first day of spring here, and it already feels like summer. We are supposed to cool off in the next few days, but not, it's still going to be in the 80s, I think. I don't think we're getting back to the 70s. We might a little later, but yeah, it's definitely feeling like summer, and spring hasn't even officially started here. Yeah, we're going to be all in the low 80s like the next 10 days. Tomorrow's going to be 88, and then it will drop off after that. And Hannah says, yay, Sammy. Grandma Susan is at 41% in The Sisters of Book Row by Shelley Noble. And Whitney says, does the mistletoe countess have a lot of tension or detailed kissing? I have the Cairo Curse and didn't realize it wasn't the first book in the series. It does not, that I remember. It's pretty clean. They are newlyweds, but the tension, like there's a mystery in the book, but the oh, what was her name? The mistletoe countess. Oh, Grace. Duh. She's so cute. She's so cute and she's so innocent and she's very sweet. I don't think that you would find anything objectionable in it, Whitney. And Hannah says, once upon a time, I think like 4 years ago, I found the mistletoe countess at a thrift store for $1 in perfect condition. Oh my goodness. And Grandma Susan is asking, what is steampunk? So steampunk is like an alternate reality of usually Earth. This seems like it's its own world, but basically you want to think kind of like Victorian era, but with steam powered devices. Lots of the look of it would be like lots of gears and like clockworks and things like that. I don't know if you can kind of tell on here. It is like a pretty modern city, but they're like in a dirigible. So that's like totally like a steampunk thing to have instead of having lots of flying machines, but not like airplanes. So it's a different type of world and very like steam powered based. And Hannah says, yes, it does, Whitney. It's a marriage of convenience, and they definitely enjoy being married, if you catch my drift. Yes, I remember that, but I didn't think that it was like anything that like made me blush or like not want to read. Hey, Shannon. She says, hello, welcome in. And Hannah says, this is what Google says about steampunk, a subgenre of sci-fi and fantasy combined with a design aesthetic that reimagines 19th century Victorian era or American Wild West powered by steam. And Grandma Susan saying hello to Shannon. Jamie says, hey, Shannon. And Hannah says there are lots of gears and chains associated with steampunk. And lots of emojis from Shannon. And Celestria says, yep, going to have some days in the 80s here too. And Grandma Susan says, thank you, Hannah. And Jamie says, I really enjoyed Harlow Morgan. And Jamie says, Grace is the mistletoe countess, I think. Yes, because it's the Freddie and Grace mysteries. I don't know why I blanked there because it's been a couple of years since I read it. And Shannon says, hey, Jamie and Susan. Welcome in, Shannon. What are you up to today? Love to know. And how did everybody do with their reading during that sprint? And it sounds like there's a lot of interest in the Cairo Curse for me. So I think that will be the next book that I start. And yeah, so the order then is Harlow Morgan, then the Cairo Curse, and then the photo album because it'll fulfill a challenge, and then the final sentence. So I think this is what I'll be reading the rest of March. I probably could fit in a little bit more if I do some audiobooks. I am listening to and reading this physically, but I have the audiobook of this and I am listening to it. This is a short story, all the Miss Marple short stories that were written by Agatha Christie. There are a new set of short stories that were written by other authors now. And yeah, but this is great. If you guys need an entry point into Agatha Christie, I really recommend the Miss Marple short stories. If you're looking for a novel, there's other books that I would recommend. But if you like short stories, and these are great, this is a good collection. So it's really in two parts. There's the part one takes place where Miss Marple and a group of people are having dinner on like Tuesday nights, or is it one Tuesday night or several? it might be one Tuesday night, but they each take turns telling the story of a mystery that they know the solution to, and then the other dinner guests try to guess what the solution is. And then the second part takes place years later, but it's kind of the same setup where everybody's telling a story and everybody's trying to guess what the resolution of the mystery is. And these are really fun and short, and you can dip in and out because, other than the fact that they're all having dinner and taking turns guessing, there's not like an arc of the book that you have to follow. So you could just read one at a time, put it down, pick it up again, and read another one, and not feel like you're lost or have to reread what you read last time. So I have that on audio, and then I did borrow book one of the Wing Feather series because it is a Christian series and it's a borrowed book. So I think that can fulfill the prompt for Jeanette's reading challenge. And Whitney says, I'm absolutely worn out, folks. I'm going to go to bed early. Happy reading to you guys. Thanks for stopping by, Whitney. Have a good night. I hope you get lots of rest, and we'll see you some other time soon. And Jamie dozed off. I was dozing earlier today. But that always, I love a good doze. Grandma Susan says, good night, Whitney. And Shannon is working on finishing The Thief of Llanwyn Manor by Ladd tonight. And Hannah says, good night, Whitney. Jamie says she read about a page of the Cinderella plot and then dozed for a few minutes. And Jamie says, good night, Whitney. Jeanette, my friend, she got a video filmed during that sprint and came back late. Totally fine. I should have tried to film a video, but I don't have my tripod where I hold my phone, because I do film on my phone. I don't have it set up, and I'm not sure that I can fit it with all these little lights and stuff that I have to be able to do that. Last time I was going to film after sprints, and I don't think I did because I was tired and I just went to bed. And all right, so we are all caught up on the comments. We can start another sprint if there's anything y'all want to share in the next couple of minutes. If we start in a couple of minutes, then we'll be back at half an hour or at 30 minutes. And yeah, and then we could probably fit in another sprint after that, after catching up on comments and stuff. So let's see, was there anything else that I wanted to share? I don't think so. So we can go ahead and get that sprint started. So it'll be a 41-minute sprint, and we'll see you back at 30 after. We'll get everything set up for that. Hello, we are back, and I finished another chapter. I think it was one chapter in Harlow Morgan. Let me see. I finished 2 chapters in this book, and then I switched over to Miss Marple on audio because I was getting leg cramps, so I wanted to walk around a little bit. And I've been listening to that, and I pulled out, when I sat back down, I pulled out my crochet project. I'm making a headband, and this is from the first kit that I got, and this is the headband that I'm making. And this yarn, I think, is an acrylic blend. Oh, it's polyester. Yeah, polyester and acrylic. It's very soft, and I'm making progress. There's 10 rows in this pattern, 11 rows in this pattern. And I'm on row, which row am I on? 6. Yeah, I'm on row 6. So about halfway through, it'll be a little thicker like that. And then it'll go around here and keep my ears warm. I don't know when I'll be needing it again, since summer seems to have gotten here a whole 3 months early. And how did you all do? Whoops. Shannon's laughing with Jamie. And we have Denise here from Idaho. Hello, welcome in. And Shannon saying hi to Denise and welcome. Absolutely. We love meeting new friends. Paige has 56 pages left. Good job, Paige. And Hannah was trying to read some, but it's just not going well for her. I think it's time for bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Hannah. Some nights are like that. I had almost a whole week of that last week. It was hard to focus to read. And Jeanette has updated her reading journal. She was 10 days, 3 books behind. Yes, it's always nice to get updated on that. I'm trying to do a lot better this year than last year. Last year, I was kind of racking my brain trying to remember what books I had read. So this year, it's going a lot better. I don't have, as far as what I'm using to track, it's not any different than what I had last year, but for whatever reason, this year, I think because I have my reading log or reading log tracker, I have it in my planner that I check more often than I check my reading journal. And I do write down when I start a book, I put the date that I started it. And then when I finish it, I put the date that I finish it. But each book I start is listed on there. I think last year I was waiting to put it in when I finished a book. And because I didn't always have my reading journal with me, sometimes I wouldn't get to it for a few days, and then I couldn't remember everything that I had finished. So this is working a lot better for me to have it in my planner and to write down the books as I start them and the date that I start them. Then when I finish them, I go back in and put in that date. That's working really well for me. And Jamie says she watched Lucy's fantasy video. I need to watch that. And Jamie saying good night to Hannah. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm having a very good reading sprint night, getting progress done in Harlow Morgan and in my Miss Marple book, which is a many times reread, and also getting some done on my headband. So I hope everyone else is having a great sprint tonight. And let's see who all is out there and how'd you do that, Sprint? Well, let me know. And I don't think there was anything that we were talking about that we hadn't finished talking about last time. I'm not sure if Lucy had her break in the sprint or if she hasn't had it yet. We wish her well at work tonight and hope that it's a smooth closing for her. Jeanette is feeling productive tonight. That is awesome. That is really good. I had to get some ointment for my aches and pains, guys. My knees I have arthritis in my knees. I've had it since I was 23. And they were just, hurting so much. So I had to put some smelly medicine on there to relieve my aches and pains. And it's helping. So I feel pretty good right now. When I tend to curl up with a book, I actually do curl up. I usually pull my knees up and I have my book balanced on my knees, which probably is not the best reading position, but it's comfy to me until I get achy. So that's a part of what's going on tonight. Tabitha says she's getting close to 100 pages left. This book has taken me most of March to read, so I'm eager to finish it. I hear you. I read Bleak House earlier this year, and it felt like that was the only thing I was reading. It wasn't. I was reading other books, but it was so good. It's very long. It has some parts that at first feel dry to get through, but it's so good. And when you start thinking about all the themes in the book, everything that Charles Dickens put in there, it's a great, great story. It's touching, it's funny. I really enjoyed it, and I do want to reread it. Probably not anytime soon just because it's so long, but I have been listening to a couple of different podcasts that talk about it, and also some booktube videos about it, about the themes, the characters, and things like that. It's a very deep book. Really loved it a lot. I look forward to reading it again someday, but again, not anytime soon. Okay. All right, let's see. What else do I have to share? We have, I don't know how many of you saw Lucy's post, and then we had sprints last night, the Pink Hat Ladies. So this is a group that Lucy put together of booktubers and other people in the bookish community that are over 40. And so we are doing our own little pink hat club, and anybody 40 plus is welcome in. We will be doing sprints once a month together, whoever it is that can make it. So we had our first one last night. It was a lot of fun. We had Lucy, myself, Cheryl from Candlewick Library, Lucy's channels, the Lucy Chronicles. We had Alma from Alma's Book Journey. We had Jamie, who doesn't have a booktube channel. She has a great Instagram. And I think, Jamie, is your Instagram the same as your YouTube? Read Brucey. Let me double check that. Oh, it doesn't tell me what your handle is. Let me see if it says it somewhere. Read Brucey. Yep. So Jamie. We also had Jeanette, Jane Reads. underscore Insta is her Instagram, but Jane Reads here on BookTube. So we had Jamie, Jeanette, Cheryl, me, Lucy, Alma. We invited Anne in Search of Wonder. She wasn't able to make it on camera, but she was in the chat. And Kelly from Bookish Kelly was also in the chat. So it's us so far. We'll be sprinting again in April. I think we're doing the third Wednesday in April, but we'll definitely put out an announcement for that. And then in May and June, either Jeanette or I will be hosting one each of those months, but it will still be the group of ladies, the Pink Hat Sprinters. So we welcome you to come and join us with that. I think it's just a fun time. So we did trivia. Well, not trivia. I guess it's a guess the Pink Hat lady. So we all had some random facts about ourselves. If you haven't watched it, you can watch it on replay on Lucy's channel. And let's see what we're doing here. Jamie is saying yes. Her handle is the same. And hello, Eternal Reading. Welcome in. And Jeanette says, are you still thinking of doing an April readathon? Yes, and I do need to post that announcement video. Gosh, this month has just gotten away from me. Look for that on Saturday. So it is going to be the Read Happy Readathon, and it's going to have a bingo board with the 9 prompts. Feel free to interpret the prompts any way you want, and to double up and triple up on the prompts. Basically, what it is I love to read books that lift my spirits, that don't drag me down. So it's Read Happy, and it's going to be prompts like Kindred Spirit, Happy Ending. What else did I have in there? Like a beautiful scenery. So I will have all that explained in my announcement video, and it will run through the month of April. Thanks for reminding me to talk about that, Jeanette, and I will definitely be posting that video with the bingo board and everything on Saturday. All right. Okay, I don't know who we have left, but we can go into a final sprint in a few minutes if you have anything you all want to talk about. Anything you want to ask? If we can chat for another few minutes, and then we would be able to start, I'd say in a couple of minutes, we can start our final sprint, and then that would take us to, let's do math. Is that right? Okay, 25 after, I think, and then we can wrap up after that. Let's see. Jeanette will be filming her TBR video sometime next week. I'll be looking for the announcement video. Okay, yeah, and I will I'll put up a post too on my community pages with the bingo board, so anyone could go ahead and download that one if they want to use it. That will also be up at the same time that I post my video. It might actually be up before I post the video, because as soon as I have the graphic done, I can do that. I still need to finish editing. But yes, Saturday, that's my goal, to post all of that. And Jeanette, I will put up the bingo board as soon as I get it finalized. All right. Whew. All right, friends, let's go ahead and start our final sprint. Oh, we got another comment here. Tabitha says, I'm definitely feeling some lighthearted reads, so your readathon will be perfect timing. I always feel like, especially if you've been reading some heavier stuff, and I know that Oshina's been doing the Francine Rivers read along, and I know she has like some heavy duty books there. I think it's nice to balance it out, to bring you out of any of those tougher reads, deeper reads. So yes. Oh, I missed one here. Eternal Reading says, I just found your channel on this live stream. What books is your channel focusing on? So I read a lot of cozy mysteries. I read clean reads. I read classics, lots of Agatha Christie, pretty much in all genres. I do read. Not my biggest genres that I read in are mystery. Right now, it's a lot of focus on middle grade. I love cozy mysteries. I do read historical fiction. I like Regency romance. What else do I read? I like vintage reads, so books that aren't necessarily classics, but they were written like in the 20s and 30s. What else? I think that's probably, it's just a wide variety. I don't tend to like horror. Some people love that genre. That's not a genre for me. What else? So I don't read that particularly. I do read some nonfiction. What else? Is there another genre that I don't really read a whole lot of contemporary romance. Here and there I will, but not very much. And let's see. I think that's it. So Grandma Susan says, looking forward to your readathon. And thank you. I am looking forward to it too. And Eternal Reading says, cool. All right, so let's jump on in and we'll see you back at about 25 after, and we'll wrap up tonight's sprints. Welcome back, everyone, from that last and final sprint. We'll wrap up with some comments and we'll finish out tonight. Okay, let's see. We left off here with our new friend, Eternal Reading. If you're still out there, what is your name if you want to share? Grandma Susan is saying, thank you for sprints. You are quite welcome. I love doing this. It always uplifts me to share some time with you guys. Lucy, she says she's here and she's asking a readathon in April. Yes. So I am doing Read Happy readathon and it will be throughout the month of April. I have 8 prompts. I was just finalizing the bingo board during that sprint and hope to have the bingo board up hopefully tomorrow night. Maybe even tonight if I get it all set up, and the video announcement video on Saturday morning. And yeah, so April's not that far away. The theme of the readathon, Read Happy, is just to pick books that uplift you, that are happy books, that are lighthearted, that lift your spirits, that inspire you, anything like that that's just on the that are gonna just make your heart happy. So let's see how everyone did. Tabitha got she has 115 pages left. You'll finish that pretty soon. And Jeanette got a video uploaded, not the one that she filmed tonight, but still that's lots of productivity going on over there. And Jeanette read about 5% in her book. Excellent. Paige, you are so close. You have 38 pages left. That is so good. And Lucy says, no, not the last sprint. Yes, I know it's not late here in California. It's just getting close to 8:30. But yeah, it's going to be the final sprint because I have some other things that I need to do. I have to get up early tomorrow morning. I'm going to, what is it? Would you say that it's comedy? It's like I guess it's like a comedy show that I'm going to with my cousin and her family tomorrow night. So things that I would normally take care of on Friday night, I need to get done early. So it's going to be an earlier end to sprints for me tonight. And we do have sprints next week. Let's see, Jeanette sprinted this week, so I don't think she's sprinting next week. Lucy will be sprinting next week on Wednesday. There's probably a ton of other sprints going on. Those are the ones that I know of. I will be here next Thursday. And I love sprints. I look forward to them, but I do have other things that I need to take care of. And Jamie says, good night, all. Lucy says, ooh, that readathon sounds so fun. I hope it will be. I hope that the people that participate really find some joy in reading some books that are more on the happy side. There's value in reading all kinds of books, but I do think that sometimes we either need a break from heavier books or our spirit just needs to have to be fed with the lighter books that will uplift us. And Paige says, thanks for sprints. I'm staying up to finish the book. Yeah, for sure. If I only had 38 pages left, I definitely would be reading. And Lucy is asking if I have any co-hosts. I didn't ask anybody to co-host because it wasn't, something that I had planned months ago. I think it was just a couple of months ago that I thought it would be good and fit in. So I haven't asked anybody to co-host. If anybody wants to, please let me know. I can redo the graphic with the co-host information. But yeah, so right now I just have it as solo, and that's fine. Um, Lucy says, pick me. And Jeanette says, Lucy and I will promote. Well, certainly. Just ladies, let me know if you want to be an official co-host and I'll add you to the graphics. But yeah, thank you for promoting it. And I will have all of that up in the next couple of days. And Jeanette is volunteering you, Lucy. All right. Again, thank you all for joining me tonight. I sure do love sprints. I hope to see you next time. Everyone have a great weekend and a great next week. Until I see you next time.